get lost. Just leave me alone.
Do you think he's home?
I can see some lights on. He might be.
Then why is he not answering?
Just slip a note under the door. We're not safe here. We may be watched.
My head is pounding. I hope there are still some painkillers left in the washroom. Better go check what that racket was all about.
Dear Malcolm Holton, our sincerest apologies for arriving at your doorstep uninvited and at such a late hour. Please excuse us for leaving you a note, but we have to make haste, as we may have been followed. To the far east end of London, overlooking the sea, stands the manor of Lord Edmund Cromwell II. While Cromwell's name is coded in welfare, glory, and honor, it has been tainted by his atrocities. Many people in the region have disappeared without a trace over the last few years, and the authorities point their finger at anybody but Edmund, as his reputation makes him untouchable. But we know Edmund very well and know of the heinous, inhumane crimes he has committed with no consequences or punishment. We also know of your outstanding investigative experience, and have read your memoirs of exposing the most obscure and complicated cases. And thus we cannot think of anyone more fitting to take action in the given circumstances. We beg of you, expose Edmund Cromwell for the monster he really is, save people from his tyranny, and bring justice to the families of the innocent. As for us, we will try to disappear. Best of luck, Detective.
Another one of these. When will people learn I retired years ago, that I'm too old for a wild goose chase? Perhaps if I ignore them for long enough, they'll finally leave me be. As for tonight, I should go upstairs and to bed. people have disappeared. Heinous, inhumane crimes. No consequences, no punishment. Save them from his tyranny. No, I can't just do nothing. People might be in danger. I should at least look into it. Make this my last case ever. What do I need for the trip? Clothes? Home key? I need my lantern. I think I left it in the storage room. Ready now. Time to go. Lord Edmund Cromwell. Peculiar man, but his name does not ring a bell to me. If the informant was right about his lineage and fame, I'm sure there are tomes I can find on him at the local library. To get there, I must follow Burner Street and then turn left onto Golston and then right onto Arch Street. entrance is locked. Perhaps there's a back door. Just one more drink. One more. Where did I leave me buckets? Well, at least he's opened the gate. There has to be a ledge around here somewhere which will point me to the right tome. I must find it. Where did I put it? That degenerate is back. I should avoid him. There's more trouble than he's worth.
St. George's Library have been allocated into different sections according to their genre and demand.
Looks like the biography modules can be found somewhere upstairs in the archives within Section 5. This is exactly what I'm after.
These damned rats! The Black Death may be long gone, but its carrier still plagues England with its presence. Almost every building, every home has been broken into by these pests, and for every one killed there are 10 others, hiding under the floorboards, in the walls, or the furniture. The cats used to be able to control the problem, but now that their owners feed them meat and treat them like royalty, they don't move a muscle at the sight of vermin.
Hold on now, laddie. It's you who stole me drink. Shelves are covered in layers upon layers of dust. Everything unwanted winds up here, but this is where the film I'm after must be. This is it. Edmund Cromwell, a widowed man with a lot of history behind him and heavy weight on his shoulders. Lord of England, veteran, renowned medic alchemist and charity leader. Edmund lives in Cromwell Manor in the east with his wartime friend William Blythe and a dozen of his loyal servants. He's known to arrange large feasts, lecture, run workshops, and, until recently, had a small hospice within his manor. If what my informant says is true, and Edmund's done all those horrible things, what could have set such a noble man on a dark path? Is this all a joke or an attempt to stain his reputation? One thing I know for sure, I've just gotten more curious. need to hire a carriage to travel to this Cromwell Manor. There is a nearby station on Burner Street, and I can get there by going all around again. Or I could take a shortcut through Bucks Row and arrive right at my destination. Step by step, I descend. The air fills with bitterness, lost hopes, and misery. Every town has a dark corner, and this place of the world is just that. A sore on a dying man's body, a splinter itching under the skin, a wound full of worms feasting on rotten flesh. And here I am, a tourist in this desolate land, unable to act or make change. All I can do is observe and reflect. Off we go into the unknown. This is what they call an automobile, a breakthrough in technology. Perhaps if I'm able to reverse it, I could climb onto its roof and jump onto the castle's balcony. Trouble is, its fuel tank needs to be refilled. Unsurprisingly, it's locked. I must find another way of getting in.
This rain has been going on for weeks now. I know this is England and I should be used to it, but this is outrageous. I'm worried that the water may cause damage to the manor as it did last year by completely flooding the sewers. In fact, we already have a problem with the stables. The wooden bar blocking the entrance had swollen from continuous moisture and refuses to shift, so we had to move our horses to the nearby village. I cannot think of anything but to break it open. There should be something like a tool I can use in the shed.
These graves are everywhere. The biography noted that Edmund provided proper burials for those who could not afford them. But why did he do it in his own courtyard? Was it to send a message to others? To show that death is in the air? Or are these of the victims that the letter spoke of? Either way, the soil here is definitely fertile. Now I just need to rotate the handle to ignite the engine. It's locked. Not alone here. Should avoid being spotted.
few months ago, Edmund had approached me with a strange request to make him a number of wooden and metal objects. He didn't say why or what these objects were for, and only mumbled for the greater good when I asked him. He provided me with carbon paper copies of different schematics, but never of the whole mechanism. Yesterday, while cleaning the library room, I noticed a marker in a book he's been attached to for quite some time now. My curiosity had gone off limit, and I couldn't resist taking a look. My heart began racing as I read the title, Medieval Methods of Torture. And to make matters even worse, the bookmark page was about a torture rack. All this time, part by part, piece by piece, I was making a machine of pain without even realizing it. What's frightening is that I don't even know what such a noble man would need it for and what to do about it. I'm startled.
I have found you! At last! There has to be some sort of a clue inside the study. The door lock looks like it's barely holding. Perhaps with a bit of leverage it can be broken off. Just need the right tool.
The night has fallen, and the guests are seated like figures on a chessboard. As the minstrels start their play, a masquerade with no masks begins. Officials, barons, merchants come together to laugh and drink. They feed their egos through deceit, disguising their villainy as well as deep hatred and jealousy towards each other. I too hide my emotions and intentions behind an empty smile and superficial charm. The revelation of us all shall come soon enough.
The plan shows that Edmund built something like a fake wall next to an eagle statue in the big corridor adjacent to the bathroom. It seems to conceal a doorway that leads into the sealed hospital wing. According to the inscription, it can be opened by turning one of the candlesticks next to it. Very creative, but why go through all this trouble? This place had clearly seen better days. I wonder why Edmund made the decision to seal it off. Perhaps he is hiding something in this wing, or maybe he wants to erase it from his memory? Either way, I should investigate any and all information I will find before I leave.
Cleaning out the crematorium is the most depressing and mournful experience. The smell of burnt skin, bits of bones, jewelry, metallic implants, and ash. All that's left of an individual. No matter our history, race, gender, class. In the end, we all become nothing but a pile of ash or a feast for the worms. Shortly, we become forgotten. We humans live our lives scavenging, pillaging the world, sowing only destruction in the pursuit of our own satisfaction. We feed ourselves the illusion that this is how it's meant to be, how God wills it, that by living and enjoying ourselves we give back. But in reality, we are nothing more than parasites. In reality, the only truly good thing a human can do for the world is to fertilize the soil with their remains, allowing for new life. He's gone. Wilhelm, record the time of death, 11:47 p.m. All right. You get hands, I'll get legs. Let's move him to the morgue and start on the next.
It seems impossible to make this jump. I need to lay down something long and flat if I were to cross.
on the ward for about a week now. My wound is healing well, which is something I can't say for others. Edmund tries his best, but he can only do so much on his own. The smell of death is strong within these walls. So strong that only about 3/4 of us survive. And so Edmund's students craft coffins for us in advance. People come, caskets leave, but we have no choice. No one else cares for a vagrant woman with an empty pocket.
Looks like the sky crumbled onto those who preyed upon it. What an irony. This is like a chest within a chest. Something worthwhile is definitely kept behind this door. Edmund's lost the key to the cellar, and he's been so busy cleaning out the furnace. I'd wager that's where he lost it. You will die here, just like her. These planks are just what I need to cross that broken bridge.
Another night in this damn cellar mixing medicine. It's so bloody cold and damp in here. I might fall ill and require the medicine myself. I just don't know why Edmund cares for these sick tramps. They come in, waste our time and money, spread their infections and leave without paying a dime. Some in particular won't even thank us. Human trash, I say. Should be sent back the way they came from.
Sire, I have made a lockpick as per your request. Should you find yourself losing any more keys, this instrument shall aid you in opening any simple locks.
Rest until your body lies broken!
this wretched place, and every day feel nothing but pain and sorrow. The hatred burns strong within me, but all the loathing in the world will not bring you back. Viner, the man who defiled your body and ended your life, has been cleared of all charges. No jury would listen to a delirious patient as the only witness. I still don't understand how he dared to do this, after all we've done for him. To have someone we saved and cured, to repay us like this. If only I knew. I would have never cut out his cancer, and would have rather watched him perish before my very eyes. The last patient is now gone, and I am closing down the hospital. All there is left to do now is drown in alcohol. I don't think I want to exist like this any longer.
Judging from what I've learned so far, it would seem that Edmund closed down the hospital shortly after his wife was murdered by one of the patients. But how does this all fit in with him killing innocent people as my informant told me? And who's this blind, disfigured person who's hunting me? Is it Wilhelm Blythe? Robert Walker? One of his patients? One of his other servants? Perhaps it may be Edmund himself who could not bear his loss, went mad and resorted to self-mutilation as a means to cope with his emotional distress. Perhaps he thinks that I, and everyone else who he meets, are responsible for the death of his wife and wishes to seek revenge. All of this is a one big heap of mess. Only thing I can do is to continue my investigation and see what other parts of the manor might be opened with this lockpick. This wall looks very fragile. I should be able to break off what's left of it with something heavy.
The last drop has made the cup run over. My patience has ended, and my trust has been shattered. For years, I've built temples, read sermons, healed, taught, gave and fought wars in your name. And what have I got in return? Only pain. You took away my wife and our child, yet you let the bastard who killed them walk free. How is this fair? Is this how you repay me for all the good that I've done? If you even exist, if you are listening, know this. Today is the day I bury my faith in you. No longer shall I follow your path. No longer shall I spread your word. No longer shall I blindly kneel before you. From now on, I will forge my own destiny!
This cursed rain is making irreversible damage to our home. How much more water could there possibly be in this cyclone? I've been patching the roof in various places of the manor, but there are 2 new holes for every one I seal, and now there's a leakage in my own room. To top it off, I can't even fix it, because I have no access to it. All the vents are closed from inside the attic, besides the one in the storage room, but it's fully rusted again. What I've done in the past was to pull the hatch open using a rope. I will also need my ladder to climb up there, but someone politely borrowed it without asking.
Looks like I'll need a rope and a ladder.
Close us!
We must apologize for leaving in such a rush, and without proper notice or farewells, but we had our reasons. You may share and keep our belongings if you wish to do so, but please don't try to find us.
Left in a hurry, had reasons, abandoned their possessions, and don't want to be found. My hunch is that they were concerned for their safety. Also, this is the only room in here that's locked, so there must be something worth seeing inside.
Upon countless discussions of the topic, we decided to leave. We've worked for Edmund for over 16 years now, but he's not the same person anymore. Surely he's still a kind gentleman, but there is some sort of darkness that surrounds him. When his wife Afia got murdered by his patient, he went into deep depression for years. He kept himself locked in his study and stopped caring for anything, even himself. After a while, strange things started to happen. The guests we had were reported missing. He began to spend most days underground in the laboratory with his wartime friend Wilhelm, and my wife Sarah heard faint screams coming from under the floor. Last week, while cleaning the guest quarters, I accidentally tore off a cave painting and revealed a series of levers. The handles were worn from use, so I quickly figured out the combination. Down, up, down, down, up, down. The mechanism behind the bookshelf crackled and opened a path to a staircase leading deep below the ground. I've made but a few steps and already heard the sounds of crying echoing in the distance. I've confronted Edmund about it, but he assured me that it's a desolated part of the manor, and the sounds were nothing more than wind howling in the tunnels. We don't believe him. We are leaving.
I have to hide.
When I catch you, I will peel the skin off your skull.
I wonder if this couple are the ones that approached me for assistance. Let's see if I can't find this cave painting in the guest quarters.
Edmund sure knows how to treat his guests, Such a beautiful manor, so much great food and wine, kind servants, and marvelous music. I feel so honored to be here. I don't know how one man could be responsible for so much greatness, to donate his income to charity, to provide ailments and shelter for the needy, lecture students, and amuse guests, and to continue doing this after going through war and losing his wife in such a terrible way. I don't know where he draws his strength from. I think he is a miracle, a real angel sent to us by God.
I could hear the mechanism going off. That secret door must have opened. Cold, pale skin, eyes like glass. Looks like he's been dead for a day or two. I've been inside this cell for over a week now, with no idea how I even got here. The last thing I remember is having dinner and going to sleep in Cromwell's manor, and then this. I'm sitting here in darkness as the wind howls like a wolf all day long. It chills me to the very bones and rattles all the doors, making it impossible to find peace. 2 cloaked men come to whip and beat me on a daily basis, telling me to think about all the things that I've done and what they make me.
I never thought that my machinations would bring me to a place like this. The men occasionally bring me food. I can't quite tell what it is, but it's some sort of disgusting meat mixed with bitter pink liquid. Often, rats come to bite me as I sleep, and when I manage to catch one, it supplements my ration. At night, I can hear the echoing screams and weeping of others. I don't know what they're saying though. I think they've gone mad. I will too, soon enough.
The bricks in this wall are very unsteady. Perhaps I can take the wall apart. I can hear weeping. Someone must be alive.
So many new additions this week. Monday we had a Baron, George of Codwell, an opium smuggler. Fat bastard is so huge he must have eaten half our stock. Edmund and I barely managed to drag him down here from the guest quarters yesterday. We caught out Algor and Irving in the nearby village who ran a pedophilia ring. The pricks have been doing it for years, and everyone knew. But the bailiff would close his eyes at anything so long as he was tipped off. His time will come too. And tomorrow, we're heading out to London to trap Alwyn, a lawyer that makes his living defending such bastards and worse. They will begin their first phase of atonement in here and stay as long as it takes until their spirit is broken. It is here that they will learn there is no escape, and it is here they will accept their guilt. Oh, so much work to do.
Dear Aphia, my vision became clouded with your passing, and I have lost all purpose. All that we strove to achieve together suddenly became futile, void of any meaning. For years, it broke me. I felt nothing. I was nothing. When I reached my weakest point and the chair slipped away from under my feet, the noose tightened as I stared into darkness. And in that moment, I saw it. A beacon of light. A new purpose. A burning desire to cleanse the world from the maggots feasting upon its carcass. And then, the rope snapped. I fell, plummeted like the blade of a guillotine that severed off the person I was. I shall no longer ignore the implicit chaos and turn the other cheek. I shall have their faces mirror their souls, and every bone in my body will ache until they all scream in agony.
Hey, can you hear me in there? I'll get you out. The door itself is very steady, but the hinges are old-fashioned and simple. If I can find something like a chipper and hammer, I should be able to take the door off hinges. Oh god.
It's unfortunate, but some of these worms manage to die before they are reshaped. Some find a way to hang themselves, others cut their veins open or succumb to hypothermia. No matter, I can still do plenty of things with their corpses. The gold fillings in their teeth can be remade for others. Their hair can be turned into wigs. Their skin can be tanned into soft leather. Their bones can feed my dogs, and their organs can fertilize my garden. Last but not least, their flesh can feed others who are still alive. It's ironic how much more useful these people can be in death than they were in life.
Ha! Caught another one of you bastards. Hope you'll rot in there.
With the right tool, I can break these boards in no time.
It's amazing what some of these guests lay their hands on. Half of the things in their pockets were stolen from me during their stay. They take my goblets, my cutlery, my tinder boxes. They even steal soap from the bathrooms. I can only assume that the other half of their possessions have been stolen on their way to me. What's shocking is that none of them are poor and can definitely afford all these things threefold. Nevertheless, I appreciate it. Unwittingly, they provide things for me to donate to orphanages. Children hug and kiss me as I hand out the clothes and trinkets I've taken from them.
Now I should put these two tools together and get that door off hinges.
So, here we stand. After all that we've gone through together, you end up facing Atonement. I should have known that this was all a game to you from the very start. That you never acted to cull the pests of society. You merely wanted to inflict pain onto others, and were swayed by the notion that your own blood should be held accountable for their deeds. Dwight got what he deserved for his crimes, and now you face judgment for yours. Your harrowing screams will echo through the hallway as your blood runs in rivers. Oh, the suffering I will inflict upon you will be legendary.
Oh my god, I'll go get help.
I will find you, no matter where you flee.
Damn! That thing must have done it. I really need to get out of this place now.
You! As a rat, you've entered my home, scouring every corner, sowing chaos and defiling what's sacred to me. What exactly is it that you hope to find here? Have you come to pillage my wealth? Murder me? Or perhaps rescue these pathetic insects? No. You seek answers. You will find them, and ultimately your own death. But I won't mourn you. After all, you got yourself into this. Operating my father's machinery has proved to be far more complex than I anticipated. His knowledge of construction and engineering surpassed mine by a mile, and it's no wonder he was able to design this prison so well. For instance, this portcullis leads into the sewers and is controlled by steam pressure. It took me months to understand that I need to reroute the pressure from 3 pipes and set the lever to volume 1 to make it work. Even if my guests were to escape, they will have no clue how to make it work. Ah, Father, the Crown got you to build all this to imprison revolutionaries, but now it serves a different purpose. It's such a shame you died in that war. We could have inflicted so much pain together.
Right. Need to find 3 valves to reroute the pressure, and then set the lever to 1.
Hello, David. How are you in there? How many days has it been? Is it 2 or 3? Such a shame you won't last long without water in there. How does it feel to be so powerless to do anything? Probably just like that old man you strangled for a couple of quid. I know, bailiff said there's not enough evidence. His bones are in the next room, by the way.
This padlock has seen better days. Perhaps I can find something to damage it even further.
Over the years, I've accepted that God isn't real, that there is no hell waiting for every sinner. For an almighty power would never allow for such filth to trample the face of the earth. It was my destiny to create this perfect hell where your utmost anguish fuels the suffering of others. This is your atonement, and here I am, your God. It's hard to tell which level of the torture chambers has been more effective for the second phase of Atonement. The intention of the phase is to cause excruciating mental and physical suffering to the victim, so that they would lose all sense and any memories of who they were. It's intended that they become nothing more than multicellular aggressive organisms, readying them for the third phase. Unfortunately, I get carried away at times, and their corpses end up in the sewers.
Coming here at nighttime, reading the excerpts from medieval methods of torture out loud. The sods lie and listen on their cold stone tables, thinking about the torture they've gone through today and dreading about tomorrow. I talk to them and assure them that all hope is gone and that they will remain here forever. It's great that their rooms are so close, so they all keep each other awake with their wailing. Music to my ears.
This metal bar may prove useful if I can rip it out. mixed with blood.
Wilhelm, be careful where you drip the acid! It will eat through everything. Clothes, skin, and even metal. You were meant to blind him, but you've been ruining our equipment. Look at how this chain's melted. It's loose now!
This barrel appears to contain highly corrosive acid. It can prove quite useful to me if I can get it open. Okay, now how do I collect some? Simple containers won't do. The acid will just eat through them. Great. The padlock is very weak now. I can probably smash it off with something heavy and sharp. Alright, now to set that lever to 1. So much for your dad's engineering feats. This whole place is falling apart. I might have use for this broken pipe though.
Hold him still, Wilhelm. Yes, I remember you. Smiling Jim, your accomplices called you. Not so smiling now that we took your arm. Do you know who I am? Do you know who you were? I think he's ready for the 3rd phase. Bring him to the operational room. I've sketched the perfect monstrosity we will turn him into.
That looks like a vent. Perhaps I can climb through it to get around this area.
Leave behind an incredible amount of mess. Torn limbs, organs, hair, metal plates. For some reason, I am always the one who has to clean it up. It shits me. To make matters worse, the crank that opens the hatch into the sewers had broken off. So all the bodies of those who didn't survive the operation have just been stockpiling in this room. Maybe I can find another crank somewhere.
My blood boils every time I see you. Did you know that what you've done to Epheus set all of this in motion? That you alone acted as the catalyst for all of this? You were the first one I caught, the first one I put through all the torture, and yet after all these years, I know you still remember everything. How is that even possible? No matter. I actually prefer it this way, to have you experience this while your mind is still intact. Oh, believe me, I've got something special lined up for you. I will rip your throat, gouge out your eyes, and chain all your limbs. This is how you will spend the rest of your pathetic life, reminiscing about what you've done to my wife and to my sanity. You will plead for death, but I will deny you.
Well, I hate to break this to you, this news, but you ain't worth shit.
Someone bathed in blood as it dripped from the operational table. Sick is the only word I have to describe it. The grating looks very weak and rusted from all the water. With the right tool, I should be able to break the bars off. No way I can get across right here. I'm not an acrobat, but I may be able to jump those pipes to get to the other side. The door appears to be opened by this lever, but the handle is missing. Perhaps I can find another one somewhere. I can see steep stairs and light. Is this where I escape? Still need to cross this blasted gap. The bridge is attached to a chain, so there must be controls that lower it.
The exact same thing happens every year. The rain starts pouring every day. Water has nowhere to go and floods my sewers. As they say, water breaks down rocks, and so it has been slowly breaking down the whole infrastructure with the walls crumbling and leaks everywhere. Trouble is, I can't get my servants to help with maintenance due to the sensitive issue of corpses floating around. We even had to break off the valve that opens the sewers from the courtyard just so nobody gets exposed to what we've been up to the last few years. In saying that, it's way past the point where Wilhelm and I can handle everything ourselves. I've been thinking of recruiting another person to help us in our little endeavor, but I am anxious that they will immediately inform the authorities about all of this. I may start to slowly chip away at my servants to see who may adopt our mindset and join us.
The valve is too rusty to move. Maybe some machine oil can lubricate it. This never ends, does it? Oh my god, am I finally free? Have I made it? So close, yet so far. Where am I to go now? This must be the staircase that leads back into the kitchen, except this time I'm on the other side of the gate.
Created the perfect metabolism elixir. Only a few drops of its pink substance are enough to slow down all the chemical processes within one's body. This opens up vast opportunities in many aspects of medicine. The elixir can be used to slow down the growth of cancer and spread of bacteria, control weight gain, hunger, and most importantly, aging. While the elixir is intended to aid the general public, I will have my own uses for it. Ultimately, it is perfect for all three phases of atonement. I will not have to feed my victims very often. The elixir will prevent sepsis and necrosis and will extend their life, meaning they can experience what suffering I have in store for them for many years to come. I need to be careful, however, as large doses may induce coma or even clinical death for a prolonged period of time. Their body could lie lifeless, dormant for many years until the effect wears off. The mixture worked. I was able to make a highly explosive bomb from a mix of traditional and innovative ingredients in order to cave in some corridors within the dungeons. This substantially reduces the chances of anybody escaping. Making this mixture, however, was a very tedious process, and I must write down all the steps in case I needed to gain. First, I should gather all the necessary tools. A fuse, a metal container to mix everything in and to act as a bombshell, a pestle, and a glass jar. Secondly, I need the ingredients: charcoal, potassium nitrate, and sulfur. I found that extracting potassium nitrate myself by boiling a poison root mushroom in a jar of water makes the explosion far more potent. I should begin by crushing the charcoal into dust and pouring it into the container, followed by nitrate potassium and finally sulfur. I then need to mix the contents with the pestle. The rest is common sense. Place the bomb where I need to, light the fuse, and take cover.
here, Edmund?
It's about your brother, Dwight. You were worried about him disappearing. I want to show you that he is safe.
What do you mean? Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, no. What have you done to him?
What we do to others. I've reshaped him into the very monster he is.
But he is my brother!
He is, but he also robbed and murdered those traveling traders. We know that.
You had no right to do this!
Who he is should make no difference to you, Wilhelm. Our purpose is to punish scum by turning them into who they truly are on the inside. Monsters. Dwight is a monster, and I've reshaped him into one. This way he will atone for what he had done. This is what we do every day. Or are you going to tell me that he deserves an exception because you are family? That's not how it works, and you better get that in your head.
He was right. His nitrate sure made the explosion far stronger.
The fried flesh of dirty, rotting, stinking corpses of pigs is what draws the crowds towards our feasts. As the ensemble plays, filling their tainted hearts with joy, the gluttonous guests dig their faces into plates of succulent, bloodied meat. They do not yet know that their old lives are being buried alive to this music, that this is their death march. They do not realize that their food and drink was spiked, and they do not wake as their fat bodies are hauled down into the cells. They only realize it when they find themselves on a cold stone floor of the underground.
The elevator is broken, yet again. David had gone upstairs to write a letter of complaint to the company, but I think it will be much quicker if we just attempt to fix it ourselves. All in all, we need to find 3 spare guiding rods and insert them in the engine below us. Additionally, we will need to refuel the engine with coal and reset the weights to ensure that the elevator does not crash through the ceiling when it's launched.
This gap is too small for me to climb through, but maybe I can do something to expand it.
Tables, chairs, wardrobes. Over 100 years old, passed down from one generation on to another. With time they became worn, old, boring, discarded, and are now merely collecting dust in a dark cellar. It's funny how we treat people the same way. Once we have spent enough time with them, they become predictable, mundane, and we find ways to separate ourselves from them. In this case, however, I will breathe new life into the furniture. Its wood is perfect for constructing new machines of pain.
If I push this box off the balcony onto that gap in the floor, it may have just enough force to widen it. have fixed the elevator.
My name is Dave Morgan, and I'm the owner. You're the worst company in the world. I'm so sick of this piece of shit I have to deal with you people. It's the worst elevator in the world. I'm so fucking mad. It's the worst piece of equipment. You ought to take a gun and you ought to blow your brains out for manufacturing this piece of shit that you manufacture. And I should come here and punch you all in the fucking face on this fucking shit you sell me. I'm gonna throw it out and come and ram it up your fucking noses. Get the fucking guy here now. Fucking just fix it.
It is no longer the same. With every passing day, I feel the growing indifference of my servants. There are no more happy smiles or lovely chats, as if the whole household has been devoured by depression, apathy, and despondency. As if the void left within me after Aphia's death has slowly transferred onto others. Even though they have no idea about what I do to fill this void, they know that something is not quite right. Many of these people have been serving my line way before I was born, and I regret forcing them into this experience.
Light a candle for every sinner. Watch the world burn.
The lost sheep come to pray to a dead god for salvation. They deliver their pathetic offerings and read the empty scriptures to rid their consciousness of sin and vice. They bow down graciously before nothingness and drown their sorrows in wine. Like in a theatre, they sit and stare at their shepherd, performing his perfected weekly play, and confess their wrongdoings in the hope of redeeming themselves. They light their candles, but the darkness is still there.
Dear Lord, you must help me against my neighbor. His cattle is stronger, his harvests are always larger, and his daughters are more beautiful than my own. He excels at everything that he does, and this sickens me. He must be in league with the devil. Please, Lord, send the plague unto him, so he learns of your wrath.
lantern smashed to bits when I fell. Lucky I didn't set myself on fire. What a nightmare. I think I'm back in reality now.
It is finished. After months of work, the final cog has been placed. The mechanism seals Sophia's tomb in a way that nothing can disturb her rest any longer. Now, it is no ordinary door with a lock that can be picked. The seal has no key, is resistant to fire and battering, and even blocks all sound. Within the catacombs, 2 levers must be used to unlock the tomb, and none shall know where they are.
While I would normally avoid disturbing the dead, the tomb may have something important. The catacombs are what is underneath the church hall, and I should search every nook and cranny in the area for these levers.
Let me tear you!
The tomb should be open now.
It's been long since my last visit. So long that I feel I was a different man when I last sat here. I am gutted. After all those years, that unthankful bastard Wilhelm has betrayed me. We served together in the war. He was homeless, and I took him in. We were best friends. We were always there for each other. Until now. He just couldn't cope after he learned I reshaped his murdering brother Dwight. Out of frustration and hatred, he released Dwight and all the other fiends. They ravaged our home and turned it into a slaughterhouse. My servants, men, women, and children, who have lived here for decades, none were spared. One by one, I brought their lifeless bodies into our tomb so that none of those beasts could defile them. It was the least I could do to earn their forgiveness. I caught Wilhelm, but it was too late. I ripped out his lying mouth, crucified him, and then the intruder came.
The irony is that when he tried to save Wilhelm, he exposed him to Dwight, who had already lost all memory and sense of humanity. He sliced Wilhelm's head right off, and I cannot think of a better death for that traitor. The intruder is persistent, dedicated, and I do not know what his true intentions are, but I feel as if the end is approaching, and that I will soon lay beside you.
Edmund, stop this madness!
Not so fast.
I must admit, I underestimated you, but your journey ends here. It's shocking that after ransacking my home and disturbing my wife's rest, you still have the nerve to tell me what to do. Viner is close. The fool thinks you are me, and he will seek revenge until his dying breath. I will give you one last chance to leave and pretend you were never here, to discard this chapter of your life. Leave the way you came and never return. For if I learn that you betrayed me, I will find and end you. The key is in the vent next door.
Looks like Edmund's opened the way for me to leave. Should I abandon everything? I left the manor grounds and ran like there was no tomorrow. I had not made contact with police, stopped my detective practice completely, and moved out of England under a different name. The newspapers had written about Edmund, who managed to frame the whole massacre of his servant as a burglary gone wrong. No one had actually found out about the secret entrances to prisons, the corpses in the sewers, or tens of people that Edmund had disfigured. The guilt of hiding the truth for the sake of my own safety had forced me to drink even more, and it eventually became the death of me. And now, as I lie on my deathbed, I wonder how it all could have ended differently had I chosen to continue pursuing Edmund.
Hello class, my name is Afia Cromwell and together we are going to be studying the 17th century literature. It was an age filled with war and strife, numerous ideological changes and technological breakthroughs. Without a doubt, all of this has had a massive impact on the authors of that time.
I hate heights. Gotta be careful and stick to walls. One wrong step and I'm done for.
Edmund, I appreciate you teaching us, and I don't mean to pry, but these strange parts we make, what are they for?
If I told you the contraption they make helps people better understand the pain and suffering they caused, would you understand what I meant? I thought not. Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
No way I'm going down with the thing there. It sounds hungry? Maybe there's something I can feed it. Maybe the fiend will get lost if I feed him this corpse. The body's too big for me to move around. Perhaps there's another way. I can't believe I'm doing this. Now, to throw some bits down the hatch. I think it worked. Sounds like the fiend moved on.
Here I am, assembling Edmund's grim invitations while he is cozy in his warm bed. After what he had done to my brother, Dwight, I dream of seeing him have a taste of his own medicine, to watch blood drip out of his wounds as his eyes close one final time. All good things come to those who wait. For now, I have to play along, lest he suspects something.
I can hear your heartbeat.
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and is then heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury. signify nothing.
See, there's a ladder leading upwards, but it's out of my reach. Staking something to stand on might help.
Chimes play the midnight tune as I sit here overlooking the circus. Edmund plays the piano and misses notes like the amateur he is. He dominates all the conversations and sees himself above others. He tells his unfunny jokes and makes my skin crawl with his pathetic attempts to charm his guests. In turn, they all clap and cheer for the sellouts they are. I just want to spit on all of them from up here.
You will suffer as I have.
The book of history is no stranger to violence. One war after another, its every page is paved in corpses, every line is written in blood, and its cover is tainted by genocide. Is it the circumstances of the age and trauma that drives people to be cruel? Or is it the inherent human nature that makes us want to tear each other to shreds in the name of some holy cause or principle? Perhaps it is both. At least, that's the excuse I've given myself for my own actions.
Those scratches on the wall look very suspicious. Maybe there's something behind that painting.
The German engineers finally finished their work on the armory's lockdown mechanism. It uses a complex system of steam pressure that holds the door in place so nobody will be able to pick the lock or break it down. Albeit costly, this means my preparations for Edmund's downfall will continue to remain discreet. He'll be a sight to behold when the chaos starts, and nobody has the ammo or weapons to defend themselves. Franz told me, in the case I do lose my key to the pressure controls, there's a way to override the system. To do this, I would need to pour a highly flammable liquid into the channeling machine and turn its handle. This will overheat the system to a point where the steam cannot be contained and is released, unlocking the door. Hopefully, I won't be needing to do that.
This looks like the channeling machine Wilhelm had written about in his note. I think I saw a barrel full of kerosene in the catacombs where I fell and broke my lantern. If I fill a container with kerosene, I can bring it here and pour it into the funnel. And now to turn the handle.
Cornered like a rat.
Deja vu. At least this one's made of solid metal.
This is...
So much for German engineering.
Who gave Edmund the right to play God? To torture and reshape my brother for murder? How ironic. How many had Edmund killed during the 100 Days' War, and here, in his own home? He thinks that he is smart, that he is safe locked away in his tower. But I know better. Going through the manor plans, I learned that the conference room has a secret entrance into his chambers. It's hidden behind a pushable wall that is unlocked by pressing concealed buttons in the following order. Inside the fireplace, under the small carpet, and under the piano's keyboard. First, I will release all the prisoners to slaughter his servants and guards to distract them. Then drive a knife into his cold, dead heart. Revenge will be mine.
I have to put out the fire first. This must be the room Edmund made for his unborn child. How tragic. I cannot feel any pulse or breathing. He must have overdosed himself on one of his vile concoctions.
The play has finally ended, and the curtain is now closed. All my life, I have followed the path of God, doing what I believed was right, and had been rewarded with nothing but betrayal, pain, and misery. As my prayers fell on deaf ears, and the church coffers burst open with gold, not the faintest whisper of a response could be heard. After all, there was no God when the sick were suffering. There was no God when the children were starving. And there was no God when murderers and rapists walked free. I took it upon myself to become the God that was needed. One that healed, taught, and gave. The God that rid society of this tumor, this festering wound that nobody dared to dress. And as I carved their flesh to reflect their tainted hearts, they all felt but a mere fraction of the anguish they had inflicted upon others. Blood flowed like water, but not one innocent soul has been harmed. Not one mother wept for her child. In the end, I made them into what they are. I cleansed this world. I alone.
The rain, it finally stopped. Feeling nothing but emptiness, I left the manor grounds and trekked the muddy forest back to the nearest village. There, I spared no coin hiring the first carriage and went home. Following a week of depression and insomnia, I remained uncertain about how I wanted to close my last case. I couldn't decide whether I should turn in the evidence I gathered or purge it in the fire. At last, I decided to burn the evidence. Edmund always fought for a better world by any means necessary, and no matter the price. He offered salvation to those in need and eliminated ones that threatened his interpretation of utopia. After all, I do not feel any sense of grief or compassion for the rapists, killers, and drug dealers he tortured. They all had it coming, and they all got what they deserved. As the dungeons filled with blood and bone caved in, and the manor burned down into ash, the authorities charged the local gang with arson and murder. As per Edmund's will, the manor was reconstructed into an orphanage, funded by his shares. His body was then preserved in a glass coffin, sealed away in the tomb right next to his wife. This marked the end of the Atonement and the epilogue of my career. At last, I decided to make a report. Edmund was a noble man in the past, but the trauma of losing his wife broke him. He became a shell of a man he used to be, hateful, self-righteous, and violent. His victims may have been criminals, but kidnapping, torturing, and killing them made him just as awful, if not worse. He was no blind justice, and he had absolutely no right to do what he did. The whole nation was in an uproar when I testified on the horrors he had committed. Despite all, in light of Edmund's former glory, the crown had chosen to fulfill his will. The manor was reconstructed into an orphanage funded by his shares. His body was then preserved in a glass coffin, sealed away in a tomb right next to his wife. This marked the end of Edmund's impunity and the epilogue of my career.
The time has come.